Okie dokie. Hello. Welcome. Hope you've all had a good week. Hope tonight finds you well. Off we go with another casual Friday. So I check one last thing to make sure I didn't forget something. I think we're all together. I think we're all set now. As a heads up, I am quite tired. And oh no, you're not allowed to advertise without following. Nope, that's not how it works around here. Anyways, um, my energy just like fell off a cliff. Thank you. And I have a mild headache that's been building, so I have a whole lot of caffeine. And tonight I've decided I'm just going to not turn on my tracking lights to give me a little bit of relief. But this does mean that my tracking will likely be not so great versus its usual tracking, so just be warned. Admittedly, my tracking can be pretty jank to begin with at times, but still. But yeah, tonight's plan is more Harvest Moon, more Baldur's Gate 3, and we have a reaction to the latest Brandon Herrera video, which is looking to be entertaining. It is on the Zip22, which I have a little bit of background on, but we will get to that in a sec. I am gonna start trying to just like have some kind of news thing to rant about at the beginning as we get started. I'm not gonna do VTuber news for this week. It's too depressing. More people left. I will. You're probably already aware. I'm not gonna get into it. Go watch Neuro calling out Cinder's BS before it happened. That is really entertaining. Um, I'm just gonna do my little pre-stream rant here is actually gonna be a Star Citizen thing. A couple things coming up with that. First is Invictus Fleet Week on the 15th is starting, where there will be it's the big military demonstration, and there's always some couple new military ships. I'm looking forward to the Starlancer TAC, which is looking to be probably my forever ship for now. I had wanted something with a hangar that was capable of storing something with a jump drive. Hopefully a combat ship, but or like a Pisces for transport, something. And it really looks like it's going to be Fury only, but I think I'm just going to have to learn to live with it because the Polaris is just so much ship. Though on that note, the Light Fighter gang has been crying again, which I feel no sympathy for them whatsoever. The though the reason has been really dumb. Um, in the previews for the Invictus Fleet Week displays, they showed what they're calling flight blades, and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, we're getting AI blades. We'll be able to automate parts of our ships." And of course, the Light Fighter gang is freaking out because, oh no, this is something that we won't be affected by. And the big clue, first of all, it's not what that is. But even if it was, their crying is dumb. They have everyone jumped to this conclusion of us getting AI blades because of these flight blades being seen on the display, and the argument was, well, it's the first time we've physically seen them. No, it's not. They've been physically around for years. They're in the Microtech store in New Babbage, down with the HoloViewers on the floor underneath the Mobiglass and simulator displays. They've been there for literally years. This is a physical model for the AI blades is nothing new. And what the flight blades have ended up being is not AI blades, but a means to tune your ship's performance to different ways, which that's something the Light Fighter gang has been begging for forever. So yeah, you tried to get canceled, something you've been begging for years. But even if not, man, have they still outed themselves as hacked pilots. They are terrible pilots. Let's see. They ran the pyro thinking, hey, PvP. Realized they're actually not good at PvP if they're not shooting down noobs, and all ran back to Stanton. None of the Light Fighter gang spends any meaningful amount of time in pyro anymore. Let's see, what else? They cried about the Fury. They're currently crying about point defense cannons. What else? I had something, then I just lost it. They cried about the turret buff. They cried about the big shield buff when that happened. Let's see. And now well, I can't remember other examples, but that's what, 5 things right there. And they they cried about the Redeemer. They cried about the Redeemer because it has all those different turrets firing a bunch of different directions. And cried about the Hammerhead, which is an anti-starfighter corvette. Currently, like I said, they're crying about the flight blades with the under the argument that these flight blades will allow you to automate the flight of your ship. So, like, you can, with the thought, I guess, being, oh, you can put them to control your main ship while you get into a turret, which these are people who claim to be the ace pilots of the game crying that people could, which again, this isn't even true, but this is what they were crying about, the idea that people could buy basically an NPC brain to do the flying in the ship for them. Think about that you are openly admitting by doing this that you are worse pilots than the NPCs in Star Citizen. That is what you have just told everyone, which just solidifies the fact that the only people you actually want to fight are the noobs and not real fighter pilots. So, yeah. Not real PvPers. Yeah, I'm not going to stop picking on the Light Fighter gang because, oh my gosh, are they toxic. So I will just be toxic right back at them. As a reminder, this is the gang that spawned, if you won't play the game my way, I'll make you, or I'll make you quit. Uh-huh. Don't like it when the game doesn't agree with you, do you? Anyways, that is just something I had to get off my chest. The second half of this week in particular has been bombarded with that particular discussion, freak out, yada yada yada. So I just thought I'd take the time to remind them of all the crying that they've done and all the BS that they've thrown up. So, yeah. Anyways, getting to the point of tonight's stream. Well, part of the point of tonight's stream. We have Brandon Herrera reaction before we get to the games. This is the worst gun ever produced, the Zip22. I actually had an opportunity years and years ago to I actually had an opportunity years and years ago to try to purchase a Zip22 for $99, and I really wish I had. I really, really wish I had done that. Because their price has exploded just because of rarity. Because these are the worst gun ever produced. These are absolutely terrible handguns. They're a great way to lose a finger or a hand. They are incredibly unreliable. You cannot guarantee that they will even fire when you want them to. But because they are like 90% plastic, I think you could actually 3D print better parts for them to try to make it a viable you know, it'd be a viable 22. It still wouldn't be a good 22, but it'd be viable. And that's what I want to do. I know it'll never be a good gun, but I really hope to get my hands on one sometime just to see, can I make it a usable gun that doesn't threaten to blow your own hand off. I cannot stress enough that how absolutely terrible Zip22s are. Never get one as thinking it is a serious gun to get. It is asking for things to go wrong. Why am I not? Thank you. So yeah, this is Brandon Herrera has apparently bought one, and probably for way more money than he should have paid. And he is going to teach us more about this absolute nightmare of a handgun. Oh, and the instruction manual actively encourage you to turn it into a felony without warning you.
So if you watched the channel before, you know that we're no stranger to cursed guns here.
This is barely a functional firearm. I don't know what you expected out of this montage.
Shot a lot of guns over the years that you might call, well...
Right, I forgot I had to turn the volume down for... I'm fixing it.
So if you watched the channel before, you know that we're no stranger to cursed guns here.
This is barely a functional firearm. I don't know what you expected out of this montage.
Shot a lot of guns over the years that you might call, well... But there is one gun in particular that stands high above the rest and earns the title of what I believe to be the worst production gun ever made. And that gun is the Zip22.
Yep.
And if you've never heard of this before, buckle up.
You can see it's all plastic.
So obviously, it looks kind of fucked up.
Hold on. Oh my gosh. Why would you do that? This is one of those double reverse mags where you've got two mags side by side. One's end is here, one's end is there. This thing jams so much you won't make it through the first one. Why on earth would you use the second one? Or even want the second one? Holy crap. You will not make it through the first magazine. I cannot stress enough how terrible these are. Also, you're holding a box, not a grip. I can't believe... It has Picatinny here. You can put Picatinny on top. He does not have the improved one, which has a little tab here, which holds this, and you'll understand why that's important in the, probably. If he doesn't tell you, I will. About the only thing positive about this gun is that it does actually have a physical safety.
So obviously, it looks kind of fucked up. But let's see how it does at the one thing it was designed to do.
Oh, you see that? He is probably... and it immediately jammed. But I mentioned that it threatens to... I mentioned that it threatens to... Oh, it doesn't have the belt clip on it either, true. That's the other addition to it. Watch as he cycles the gun, what he has to do right here.
Trying to do.
That is
Right
how
up
you
again.
cycle the gun. You
First
have to
attempt
put
at
your
learning
hand
around.
up by the barrel.
This does not I was just going to say, this does not instill me with great confidence.
Arguably, that instills you with less confidence. Oh, there you go.
Check this out. Ladies and gentlemen,
It doesn't have an extractor, by the way. An extractor on most on most guns is a tiny little claw that fits around the back of the shell, the cartridge, so that when it cycles back, it pulls the cartridge out in order to help throw it out. It doesn't have one of those. It just hopes that the recoil is enough to throw the shell out of the gun, and clearly it didn't. So yes, that is a perfect stovepipe jam.
the Zip22. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zip22. So how does the Zip22 work?
It doesn't.
In short, it doesn't. But hypothetically, it has a push-through safety, which currently is on fire, as you can see by the red stripe. There we are put to safe. The fabulous charging handle is basically in front of the barrel. It's this little lever right here on top. Prong, I don't know what the fuck you call that. Either way, you put your hand in front of the gun, essentially, and push down, which then racks the bolt. Now, knowing this gun has horrible reliability issues, they actually added a secondary lever where you can push it back just far enough to re-engage the striker. Now, to anyone who's ever complained that the Glock has a fence post grip, go fuck yourself. This is like, there is nowhere to hold this in a way that makes sense. They give you this little middle finger loop down here, and if you're rocking the bigger magazines, that actually almost helps because you can kind of wrap your hand around the mag there at the bottom. But it's just so, I feel like I have to hold it sideways for this to even begin to make sense, which...
Other sideways.
Iron sights are present. Magazine release here, drops the magazine, of course. And the entire thing just generally feels cheap and shitty. Even the barrel is plastic. If you look here, it's just a plastic barrel with like a rifled sleeve inserted on the inside, which I'm now realizing is not even concentric. Very nice, how much? I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I hate the Zip22. That round fed properly, it just straight up didn't fire. There you go, went that time. Really love how you can't get the magazine out if it starts to malfunction. Gun is clear. I tried to shoot this a little bit off camera.
I talked to someone who had one and got rid of it. Who said that seriously, the most reliable way to shoot it, though you can't hit squat, is left-handed gangster style, so that the ejector is on the bottom, and or not the ejector because it doesn't have one of those either, but so that the opening is on the bottom to improve the odds of the spent shell falling out of the gun when it cycles. I'm serious. That is the, according to him, which I fully believe, that actually that has a tangible effect on the gun's reliability is left-handed gangster shooting. Though, again, at that point, you can't aim the darn thing, though. You can barely aim it to begin with.
To test some different ammo and then set it down to go load more because I was out of ammo and I didn't realize that the last round had smashed itself in the chamber. I love this thing. All right, because I know there's going to be people saying, oh, the bigger mags, it doesn't work, blah, 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 blah. Just as a reminder, these are the magazines that the gun came with, that I bought him with. But just to be fair, we'll try the 10-rounder. Get in there. Just had to fucking karate chop a magazine. The fuck am I doing? Yep. Well, it does run better. But I wouldn't say it runs good. It's actually smashed so into the fucking barrel that there's nothing keeping it on now. It's just, it's impacted that hard. You see, is that the last round? That was the last round. My favorite part about this gun is that even if you use the 10 rounders that it actually likes, you have to drop them, pull on the sides, because the little finger groove, that convenient little finger groove is completely blocked by the trigger guard. Thank you, Zip22, very cool. Are you worried about your information being leaked and getting doxxed and harassed? If not, you should be. Sounds like a threat. Cut. No, for real. Today we're gonna talk about, I did the thing. Today we're talking about Delete Me. Delete Me is a service that looks for your private information being sold all over the internet and removes it, preventing data brokers from selling your data and causing you headache. I'm not even kidding. I've been using Delete Me since I think the tail end of last year, and the amount of spam calls and emails that I get has gone down dramatically. I almost miss it. I wonder if Dinesh thinks about me too. The point is, I've used it myself and it does work, which is why I'm happy to have Delete Me sponsor this video. And right now you can get 20% off their consumer plans by going to joindeleteme.com/Herrera.
There is a design feature I like about it, but it is still executed in the worst way possible, which is that upper plate, which you can also be set up as a reverse Picatinny so you can mount it on stuff. But it's also one of the worst things possible because of the way it's done. It is a great accidental felony if you put it on a rifle without any warning. Because then it is a pistol with a stock on it, because ATF has absolutely terrible qualifications from stuff. But the ability to mount it onto something via a standardized Picatinny system is neat, but one, they provided no warning that doing so would make it a felony unless you put it on another pistol, and two, there was no extended barrel option for it to do anything with that, and in order to eliminate the felony problem. And three, the top mounting plate is really, really crappy. So it's a great way to break off. And you just, well, now the whole gun's broken.
Use promo code Herrera at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/Herrera using code Herrera. Thank you to Delete Me for sponsoring this video. Back to the video. ADD break. I almost slung that at your face. My finger slipped. You could probably see it in the video. All right, so we know the Zip22 is pretty much ass at, doing gun things, but at least it has stopping power on its side as a plus. So prepare to be amazed by the devastation wrought by 22 long rifle. Hey, it actually fed. Who up Zip22 in 3, 2, 1. Oh. Yeah. Now, where did this thing crawl out of? Well, this was actually developed by a company called USFA in 2013, I believe, is when they released it. Have you ever heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Because the unfortunate part about it is that USFA was actually known, they had a pretty good reputation for making good quality Colt single-action Army replicas. They made great reproduction pistols, but then they had the idea for the Zip22. Now, of course, there's a lot of polymer on this gun, and polymer injection molding is very expensive. So they decided to sell all of their tooling and equipment that they were using to build the Colt single-action armies in order to buy the tooling to produce the Zip22.
I think Uberti, or the company that would become Uberti, who are now famous for making old replica revolvers and stuff, are the ones who bought all of that equipment. I think it was Uberti who, like I said, is currently king of those replicas, are the ones that bought it. Kind of impressed to pierce the cat. Yeah.
Armies in order to buy the tooling to produce the Zip22.
Perhaps the worst trade deal ever made.
The pistol was received about as well as a morbidly obese cheerleader, and the company went out of business around 2017. Meaning these are a relic of a bygone era. Thank God.
Oh no! No!
I personally don't know how the fuck this left blueprints. I mean, anybody can just tell that this thing was a bad idea from day one. You wouldn't have even had to get your start in gunsmithing and weapons technology at sdi.edu using the link in the description. You just kind of know. The Zip22 is so bad, I would rather use an actual zip gun. I mean, shit, at least it worked.
It did.
Also, any excuse I can get to pull this baby out, the Ted Kaczynski pistol, if you haven't seen that episode. Which not only did we do a YouTube video on this thing, but we also did an episode on Pepperbox, an episode of The Boys in the Garage, where we did an in-depth deep dive on basically how this gun was made, how we were able to replicate it. Speaking of edgy shit on Pepperbox, we just did another episode on The Boys in the Garage, where we basically did an entire guide on how to properly convert an AK to full auto. A lot of bootlickers were very upset about that. Oh, Brennan, this is illegal. You can't do this. For one, I'm a licensed manufacturer. I absolutely can do that. Nothing in that video is illegal. Two, it's not illegal to share information. Never will be. That's what the First Amendment is. And if you don't like that, that's why I've got the fucking second. But hey, I think it's cool for a lot of people who don't get hands-on time with a full auto AK trigger group and maybe don't understand how it works, but would like to. But B, it's a guide I wish I had when I first got my license and I was first starting to convert AKs. So if you're a licensed dealer who would like to figure out how to convert your own stuff, or you're just curious, check it out on Pepperbox. Link will be in the description. I've even seen that they developed a stock for this thing, which has a neat feature that the gun can swivel for tighter storage. By the looks of it, like 1.5 inches tighter, which is a lot depending on who you ask. But in order to swivel it to be slightly more compact, the gun is now directly facing the shooter, which is just fucking par for the course. The one configuration I've seen for this that actually makes, I'm not even gonna say it makes sense, it makes the most sense, is when they attach it kind of like a master key on the bottom of an actually good rifle. I'm not sure when you would need 10 rounds of 22 LR while you are aiming a SCAR 16, but hey, you never know. What I do know, though, is I think this makes it an SBR.
It does.
Because you have a short barrel pistol that you have now attached to a stock, potentially creating the gayest felony since being gay was a felony. All right, Jake, you're taking your wife out on a date on the lovely south side of Chicago.
It is a felony.
When a miscreant comes up to you and threatens you with a knife, the only thing you have to defend yourself is your wits and this Zip22 loaded with 10 rounds. Possibly more effective.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I don't even know if it's racked.
Right. So how would you go about charging that?
It's not even heavy enough for the throw to work. Because it's all plastic. It has like 3 metal pieces.
Well, first of all, I don't even know if it's racked.
Right. So how would you go about charging that gun?
Well, I would look for a charging handle somewhere, or some way to charge it. I tried here, right? And I tried this, but obviously it's not there. That's obviously your mag drop.
What if I told you it has a really cool feature where you have to basically put your hand in front of the barrel to charge it? Yeah.
Why?
Because they thought of everything.
This is the charging handle?
Yep, you've got a re-rack here, or excuse me, the Zip Restrike, as it's labeled. The Zip trademark Restrike. And then, oh, yeah, they're really proud of this.
Why are they different lengths?
It's an excellent question with a very funny answer. This is the charging handle that you load it from. Here, I'm gonna clear this real quick. This is the one that you load it from, and this one is the Restrike, and that's because it goes back just far enough for you to reset the trigger, because they're anticipating you having malfunctions and needing to reset the striker.
No.
Yeah, this one they really did. At least they knew their product.
We'll just put another handle on it.
They thought of everything.
Where did you find this fucking thing?
This is kind of like an internet meme.
Okay.
As far as like shitty guns. And you know what the most insulting part about it is?
What?
I think I paid like $500 for it. Because like I think the MSRP when they came out was like $200, $250. But they're like,
now they're sought after?
Yeah, just
Right.
because of how bad they are.
Right. This one, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look at that.
Why is my finger right there?
I hate that so much. Where's the...
Yeah, the trigger is that bad.
I keep hitting another poundage wall, and then another one, and then there it is. Okay.
This guy's not wearing ear protection.
Well,
I have a very bad jam.
you shot him to... Wow, that is actually
Look at
really
the
bad.
shells backwards. Brandon, I'm dead. Help.
Well,
Send for help.
you... I'm not coming to the south side. What the fuck are you talking about? So now, in the heat of what is clearly a...
Now a hostage situation.
Yeah. They have your wife now. Now, you have to... Oh, holy shit. This is actually jammed against the magazine, so the magazine doesn't want to come out. All right.
There you go.
Now we're able to get it in.
Thank God.
You have been stabbed so far 937 times.
All right, let's see how accurate it is. I haven't even thought about accuracy yet. Did you see where that went?
Yeah, hit right on the tip of the black.
Okay.
There on the left side of the black.
Oh, so not that bad.
Let's see where this next one goes.
Yeah. Hold it right there. Literally don't move. Okay,
right.
yeah. Well, from 15 yards, it shoots decently straight when it shoots, which is nice.
That last one sounded funky.
I
overall
thought the same thing.
It's hilarious. I can't believe somebody made it unironically. The charging handle is really what gets me. And then, of course, the fact that it doesn't have an appropriate place to actually put your hand for a grip. I feel like it was made to stuff into a pair of gym shorts and kind of just leave it at that. It's definitely one for the collection. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, this one's definitely getting an honorable spot next to the Kalashnikov and the pocket AK pistol, the little fucking Derringer.
Yep.
You want to see something that I just noticed? And I'm scared of? Yep.
It's polymer.
The bolt is polymer.
I told you, it's almost all plastic.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, it's to get through metal detectors.
Its metal parts are two springs and a barrel. Well, a barrel liner.
Whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zip22. I hope you guys enjoyed the breakdown of this gun. I, for one, find this pistol incredibly inspirational. Because if I'm ever having a bad day or I feel down on myself,
Is the striker
like
metal?
I'm not doing enough or things just aren't working out, I like to think that at least I didn't fucking design that thing. And then I feel a teeny bit better. But I appreciate you guys for following along. I appreciate you for being subscribed to the channel.
4 parts.
More stuff coming next week, but I appreciate you guys staying all the way to the end. And as always, I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers.
2 springs, a
When
striker,
there's
and a
less
barrel
fucking
liner.
wind. Jesus Christ.
Right, so I want to see if I could possibly, maybe.
The hills are alive. All right. Scratching my face with the gun. Prepare to be amazed. And prepare to be amazed.
Anyways. My plans basically involve completely retuning the springs. Which basically means 2 different springs. Redo the case and set it up with a pair of side charging handles. Or, I guess more specifically, set it up with a single side charging handle and forget the little shorter push, just you can figure out how to do it yourself. Retuning the springs using, well, more or less almost any other firearm as a spring strength example in order to get a much heftier striker spring while still being able to actually cycle off the recoil. Add an extractor, a little claw, so that it actually pulls the shell out to try to throw it out whenever it fires. And like I said, the side charging handle instead of the stupid little bars in front, so that you are not putting your hand in front of the barrel in order to charge it. Though that's the basic mechanical changes I'd want to make, followed by a substantial redesign of the outer casing itself in order to try to make it a little more ergonomic and comfortable to use. I'm hoping that with a stronger striker spring, it will more reliably fire the bullet, while with an extractor and retuned spring strength in general, it will more reliably pull the shell out and throw it out of the gun. Whether or not that'll work is still completely up in the air, but that is my personal theory as far as, is it possible to make the thing functional? Again, it's still not going to be a good gun by any stretch of imagination. It's still going to be pretty terrible. But it may be something that's like, well, it now doesn't jam as often and fires a little bit more reliably. There's still a ton of better 22s that you could use, many of which are smaller than it. If you really wanted something. I mean, pretty much any conventional 22 auto pistol is going to be plenty if that's all you want. I would highly recommend something with an external hammer or a double action trigger, because it's still 22 and it's still unreliable. This gun makes 22 much, much worse, but yeah. Like the only three appeals of the Zip22 are: one, it is a unique design. Zai tries to make the gun better, basically repels the gun. Is something I recognize. Yeah, probably. One, if you just think it looks neat. Two, if you have a ton of Ruger 1022 magazines that you want to use, because 22 auto pistols do not use those magazines, and this thing does. And three, for the ability to attach it to another firearm, which is of, he said it is of questionable viability, but I've seen people stick dumber stuff on their guns. So there you go. I do not see any point to the SBR model with a stock on its own, besides the fact that it looks cool, but it's a 22 long rifle out of an itty-bitty little barrel. There is no meaningful point to that. Sticking it on another gun is like, why? If I really, really wanted to push it, maybe if you put it on a shotgun, in order to have something that doesn't have the shotgun blast, that it's just like, that single, you've got the heavy firepower and the light firepower, is maybe the option that I can think of, but that is really, really pushing it. That's like, I seriously question it, but it is like the only thing that even remotely approaches utility that I can come up with. Putting it on any kind of like rifle, well, whoop-de-doo. You have the rifle part of the gun. But people have been wanting to do that for forever. There's tons of like handgun mounts, mostly for Glocks, because people make tons of stuff for Glocks, to try to put on Picatinny. Again, do not, unless you've already registered as an SBR, because that will classify as an SBR, unless you're doing like putting it on something that is itself a pistol. So, ramble. Harvest Moon time. Feel like shooting, so I put a gun on your gun so you can shoot what you shoot. That is basically the whole point of the logic there. That is essentially the thought process. Why am I preemptively tired? Cups have arrived. It'll make your room bright. Rick shop. But it shouldn't... I didn't get sick. I should be fine. Well, you are gonna have to be a godsend again. Alright, we need seeds. Need 6 seeds. Well, we've only got one thing we can grow, so I guess we don't have a lot of choices here. Hoovy is possibly the most useful ammo, honestly. Yeah, Rippy would be much better if I could ride Rippy outside of the farm. Someone is very confused. I don't even know where up to is at the moment. True. The not coming when whistled for is also not great. True. Dog is cute. Please do not get in the way of the hammer. Right, I don't know where any of the forage is now. Well, I've got a mushroom and I'm gonna sell it. I feel like it rains more in Stardew Valley. Not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, that's really saying something. While we're going to D&D, I wanted to ask some thoughts. I say as I still haven't put out some of the D&D stuff I said I would. Sorry, I will work on it. Cow Festival the 4th. Thank you! That is a good reminder. I rate this reminder 10 out of 10. For D&D critters. There's quite a stereotype, and I know it's like, well, we're gonna play Baldur's Gate 3 later. Why are we talking about this now? Because I say so. There is the stereotype when you look at like tieflings of, oh yeah, they're the unique one that everyone plays. What are people's thoughts about that? Like, I know where my reasons are, which is much less, oh, I want to be different like everyone else. It's the lore and the world implications. Same reason why I like to play warlocks. But just in general, what are people's thoughts of tieflings being, again, the unique one, just like 50% of the player base plays? Up to likes orcs, trolls, up to has different standards of beauty. Well, it's not even about beauty, though most people do. Most people in general make their characters very... I am guilty of this. I will not pretend like I'm not. The unique one that everyone plays is I know, and that's what I'm saying is like, yeah, but it's like I at least try to defend myself with the lore and the potential like world building of it instead of just, oh, they're the unique ones. But I fully get that, hey, I'm another person playing tieflings. At least when I'm not playing my homebrew races, of which one of them is still a tiefling, but still. Up 2 likes Lae'zel, which is really weird for me. Even for someone who likes orcs, liking Lae'zel feels really weird. I mean, even just, yeah, it's like Tiefling Warlock. We are being the stereotype. Though, in defense of the Warlock, a lot of people are like, oh, I'm doing two levels of Warlock and then moving on because they're the worst caster in the game. Ooh. I don't remember what we do with the ocarina, but I'm gonna take it. Oh, it's... Okay, I thought it was one of these 2 items. Zychat's gonna continue to level at a terrifying rate. Lay has some good points for the Dom subgrind. Good time travel with the up to might crap up to, so. Yeah, it's like, I really work to actually optimize the Warlock thing at the... Again, this is sort of my copium defense. Most people are like, oh, I'll take 1 or 2 levels of Warlock. Realize I have very little spell capabilities. And just be like, all right, well, at least I could be a caster with a gold sword. Cow Festival is tomorrow. Why don't you enter your cow? We don't have enough entries as it is. Which cow are you going to enter in the Cow Festival tomorrow? I only have the one! Don't say that! I only have 1 cow. Be nice to Hoovy. Wait. No, hold on. I still... I don't like you. Anyways. Yeah, it's like I'm always playing Warlock stuff, but at least working to make the most of it. The lore, is always what I'm after. Like, I love the world building and the potential there with this kind of stuff. Not just, oh, I'm the unique special one, but the legitimate dealing with other powers type stuff. I will admit, my horse farm is too dang wide. At least you were where you were supposed to be. And like I said, I realize some of my arguments about warlocks and tieflings is copium because, I mean, ultimately it's still more of the same thing. The lore and patron interactions are great with warlocks. If people play with the patron doing anything, exactly. Most people are like, "Oh, neat warlock lore. Don't do anything with warlock lore. Realize you're gonna spend most of your time playing with only 2 spells." Nope, you stay away from me. No, no, no. Shove off. What do you mean nothing today? They're familiar as most people, players use them as a utility, not a pet and animal friend. Exactly. Oh. I forgot to do this. Yeah, it's like, you have fiendish blood. That's very different. That should be more than just, oh well. As so you came. What do you mean, so you came? The milk here is fresh from the morning. You be a taste judge. All these cows are good. They're calm and quiet like humans, and they have gentle faces. Hello, Zai. You brought your cow, right? Hope you win. They're all nice cows. Hello, your cow's milk tastes good. We mix together all the milk when we sell it. So I didn't know yours tasted so good. Still a ways to go. Oh, hi there. I don't know much about the taste of milk because I don't drink it so much. I'm not a milk drinker. I'll just choose a cute-looking cow. Gee, I hope I can enter a cow soon for everyone to look at. I think the cow's behavior should also be part of the judging. I'm checking on the coat. You can tell if they're brushed with love. Checking the milk. Let's see now. How's the casein? The milk is all fresh and great tasting. Tough decision. Oh, that tastes delicious. Thought people would want to raise cows if we had this festival. Oh, that's good. This milk's the best. Hello, I'm the gourmet. Oh, très bien. Nice smell. Sweet. This one's the best. Oh, no, sir. Hold on. To be fair, the villagers, if they are paying attention, they are 9/10 the recluse. To be fair, the villagers, if they're paying attention, know you are 9/10 recluse. The winner is the cow from Green Ranch. Congratulations. I thought it would be after I drank the milk. Second place goes to the cow from Treebud Village Farm. It was really close. Third place goes to the cow from the Flower Blossom Farm. Everyone put your hands together. Oh, so I didn't even qualify. What do you want? I've come to say goodbye. I'm heading south. See you again next spring. Take care. I don't know who you are! You just showed up and started talking at me. Quiet, you. Today was a good day. Cal was insulted. Now I have a mission in life. Win next year and reclaim Hoovie's honor. No! I had hoped that by not maximizing the screen... Well, it has seemed to reduce the number of times this happened. Wrong mouse. Oh, and that means we got to do the cow show over again. Because they don't save after the festivals. It's burger time. No! Alright, now I know, though, that I can drink the milk. Or should be able to drink the milk. And I need to do that first. See if that changes anything. Ah, I did it again! Get over here. Where did you run away to? Aha! Burger Time, a very good arcade game from the classic era and the cause of at least one case of psychosis. Right, this is all more the same, so I just get my free milk, I guess. And talk to everyone. And to be fair, setting up a town competition for cow raising is a good way to encourage people to raise cows. Yeah, there's a question about the fact that there are a ton of different places doing this. Who did I miss? But only 2 visible farms. Wait, is it timed? Green Ranch. Two-Bud Village Farm. Wherever that is. The Flower Blossom Farm sounds like it's the Flower People's Farm, which we can't see. Or it doesn't exist or whatever. Maybe I'm just not gonna forge today. I don't know. You, who I do not care about, and is just gonna mess up my camera. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to go like for a massive farm and still be able to do anything else in the day. And I get it, it's a farming game, that's a lot of what farmers' lives are. It's just that it feels like, for a game that has like, okay, gotta go talk to all these people type goals, making it impossible to have a large farm and talk to anyone seems a little eh. And I'm not even talking about the energy required to do it all. I mean, just on time alone, you would not be able to do anything else. You're not selling anything. Sure. It has been 3 months and I have sold one thing. I don't want to go up there and crash it again, but I want to check on the house expansion options. Maybe if I don't go all the places. It is Tuesday. I'm just gonna gather what's here and take off. Actually, yeah, let's get some more wood. There was a stump there. So I complain about having a lot of chore and thus having no time to interact with others. Shush. Not just about the interaction with others, it's just to do the other things that are in the game. Like, if you want to go fishing, good luck. How's I in Stardew Valley having an automatic sprinkler system, much longer days, and a reliable horse and stuff. Quiet. But I could do other things. I don't it's not necessarily talking with people, I could still do other things. Here it's like, well, if you got a large farm, you're not doing other things. It's the farm or the rest of the game. Like, what about mining? Or fishing? Or any other kind of activity. Doesn't have to just be talking to people. Though, obviously, that is the expectation. That is the most transparent scam / hacking attempt I have seen in a while. Thank you. I mean, there's a lot of really bad ones, but that's like, yeah, that's properly pathetic. I wonder if anyone falls for the ones that are that blatant, because that's embarrassing. Alright, let's see if we can talk to these guys now. Gee, thanks. Oh, here we go. I didn't think to check how much wood I have. Kitchen, bathroom, stairway, greenhouse. Of course. And that's the most useful one, of course. Log, terrace, and baby bed. Right. Well, this is definitely proof that I need to do a lot more wood chopping. I don't think I can get back here in time, but I also think probably I should be aiming for the greenhouse. Kitchen does let you cook. Alright, well, that might be another point then. So, I briefly had enough money for the greenhouse, I think. I'll show you when I head back. I probably don't have enough for anything. Wait, There's actually a better way to do the putting the stuff in the cell. Because that way there is no time movement whenever we do this. Also, I think I'm going to do this. Just to make sure my energy isn't completely zonked out. Well, that's how you get the wood. Oh, there we go. 132 pieces. That, yeah, I don't have enough for anything. I should have been doing a lot more chopping wood. That's on me. I should have mixed chopping wood with foraging. That's on me. Only drawback to the greenhouse is a typhoon may tear it down. Ugh. No, I mean, a typhoon will also wreck all of my crops anyways, so... And each stump is only 6 pieces. So this was not a fast process either. Hoovy really earning his keep. Because milk is great for regenerating energy. At least as far as the options go. I'm not going to be able to make it to... for winter, I think. That's only 36 pieces a day if I get all of them. Unless I'm forgetting about stumps. I think the menu reacts a little faster in here too. Yeah, 36 pieces a day. I mean, I guess I can actually get a decent amount every, you know, but it's still an awful lot of wood chopping. Though, yay, rain. Make my life a little easier. Ooh! Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, at least I'm making money. Even if we're running into this problem again. At least I don't have to keep buying more seeds. Wow, okay. It is going to be a bit of an issue. Okay, yeah, it is definitely slower to switch between the menus when we're outside. Stop running away! Get back here! Yeah, space these out a bit better next time, definitely. Really? And it's immediately night, so I didn't even get to chop anything. Get back here. Ooh! Yay! I will only use that occasionally. But it is nice to have it, finally. Alright, last day, and then we're taking a break. We'll see. Yeah, this game doesn't have sprinklers, does it? Oh yes, I am incredibly lucky for the rain. Man, tired in game and in real life. It's not fair. Please. Please! Took you long enough. Alright. Yeah, it's a little early, but I do need to make a quick run. And then on to Baldur's Gate 3. So I will see you guys in a couple minutes. Okay, I return. Tiredness is really catching up to me. It's been a week. Let me do the reposting as usual, and then we can get going. We have a group that has decided to take the approach. Well, okay, actually, the best way to describe it, which is saying something, is the Chernobyl approach. We want to sign off on it now, and then we might have missed testing, getting the stuff tested, but if you sign off on it now, I promise we will do the testing afterwards. No one in my group is happy about it. We have there's 3 of us officially assigned, then our manager. And so all 4 of us have very strongly, and I got to be picked as the person to make a lot of these arguments, tried to argue as to why this is a bad idea and why we don't want to approve doing it. We have largely been ignored. I am not the happiest camper about this. Can it be fired out of cannon now, and then we promise to get the landing zone prepared in the meantime? I wish! I would love that. Sadly, that does not appear to be an option we have. Now, I have taken the time to do organizing, looting, and setup. I use this sack as the potions and things bag. We can actually take this and send this to camp for a little bit more weight loss. But yeah, we have our sack of bottles of stuff, couple of scrolls, arrow, shovel. Now this book has an interaction, so I saved it. But I went through, I looted everything I could find. I dropped the stuff that goes to the camp at the camp. And for not for me, I left me as is, though I may change that. But for everyone else, I re-optimized them for their different classes. Since, like I said, this is a run with all of the new subclasses. So, we have Astarion, whose dex is absolutely maxed out. His strength and charisma are in the pits, which is normal. His constitution is the second highest, followed by wisdom and intelligence. He is our swashbuckler. He is set with dual wielding, and he dual wields rapiers. Oh, that reminds me, I also realized, wait a minute, as a bard, I also use a rapier. Though we'll come back to me in a sec.
What's next?
Shadowheart, maxed out wisdom, next to strength, in order for whenever she does use her mace. It's Astarion, even with max charisma, his foot lives in his mouth. Yep. Followed by dexterity and constitution. I understand as a spellcaster, her constitution should be pretty high. However, I felt that between the backup dexterity and the fact that she, you know, when she'll be needing to really focus on concentrating stuff, she can use things like Sanctuary in order to make it really hard to hit her. That of all the casters, she can afford to have the lowest constitution, though obviously it's still +1. As our blade singer, Gale is 20 intelligence, 16 dex. He's mostly evened out otherwise, 14 con to help him with some of his constitution, though the blade song will also drastically improve his ability to maintain concentration. He does not need high strength. And Lae'zel is maxed out dex with strength as her secondary. Now, she's using a fire sword for now. I did decide that I am probably going to have her be still have the polearm mastery as her sort of secondary capability, such that, she'll hand the fire sword off to Karlach, and then use, like, the Watcher's Guide and whatever other magical polearms we have. She'll do Sentinel and sort of strike around her, even though her primary goal is to be someplace else and bombard from afar. Yeah, and But of course, since a lot of these rely on very limited resources, I am attempting to, especially the blade song, currently only has 2. I am focusing on trying to like build them to be able to just hit as hard as they can, which is why I respec them to 18, and the first feat was just here. Take your 2 in your best. Or no, I didn't respec them to 18. I respec them to 16. So it's everyone had 2 16s as their 2 highest stats. And then the first 2 feats, since I forgot I have the feat every level on this, the first 2 feats are just +2/+2 into their primary stat. Which is why everyone has a 20 in their best stat. And then I threw a single feat onto everyone with the intent that, okay, now we can see about building up otherwise. And as for me, as you can see, yes, Rapier, it is okay. However, I forgot that for some reason, and I think it's the Tiefling, I could be wrong, but for some reason, I have free Flame Blade that I can just summon, which is pretty neat. So even though I am primarily supposed to be a spellcaster, namely with Eldritch Blast, thanks to the Sharpshooter, or the Spell Sharpshooter, whatever, I probably should actually respec. Why do I don't know. Anyways, I should primarily be focusing on my spells, but if I need to melee, I could bonus action the Flame Blade to just be infinitely better than trying to poke people just with the Rapier. So there's no point in me having a second weapon. What I do need badly is a second hand crossbow. Because with that means I can Eldritch Blast and then hand crossbow. Which I guess means, yeah, I do benefit from the regular sharpshooter. But yeah, Eldritch Blast, hand crossbow. Now, like I said, I saved this book because I believe it has, if I remember correctly.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive log.
Arcana. Guidance. Hi, Blue Kitty. We are still rolling exactly like we always are. Do I have any inspiration? I don't have any inspirations.
The tome does not take kindly to your tampering. A feeling like pins and needles lingers under your skin, pricking and prodding.
So yeah, now we're gonna go fight the goblins.
One day I'll catch a break.
I think I've looted everything here. Now, everyone go into stealth.
Bit of caution never hurt. Have to keep going.
Yeah, you'll never ever catch a break. 90% of the time it will be because of things you did before. So we're going to put everyone into stealth in hopes that we can achieve some sneaky... Actually, I forget how...
Quietly now.
I wonder. I take you and put... Not the whole party, thanks. I take Astarion and put him over here.
Rather stand tall.
And then I take our Blade Singer
Onward.
Gale and put him over here. And then no, stop that. The three of us are ranged people. Stop that. Three of us are the primary ranged people for once.
These boots have seen everything.
And then we sneak up here. We can use range to bombard while these two pincer in from the sides.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second! What's going on? Goblins are on our tail! Open the gate, Zevlor, now! You let goblins here? Where is the druid? Please! There's no time! By the nine hells! Open the gates!
I mean, given he's a coward and an idiot, you could just leave him there and not get your guy killed.
No! Shit! Form a line! Damnable roach! Provoke the blade! And suffer its sting.
Okay, we're top of the order, and these guys are not in combat yet.
What is it? Stepping softly.
No, I don't think they're actually capable of entering combat without getting caught.
Can't see a thing from down here. Step by step.
Maybe I will have
Well, so much for peace.
I'm furious.
the combat team fight first to try to do a little bit of prepares. Can you do that? And you can move up. Really? But, maybe I should, let's see. Maybe we'll burn one of our arrows. Because then we can, like, try to hit this guy and hit all of them. And turn off the shut all in to be like a much more greater chance of hitting. Like that.
I won't give in.
Oh, she's all the way down there. I probably should get this guy out of here. Never mind. Alright, I will Flame Blade. Yeah, it's hard to keep everyone alive, and I honestly do not remember if this is the full number of goblins or if we're dealing with extras. Thankfully, that bursting shot did a great job of dealing with problems. Man, I might as well start with, like, doing the sneak attack. To try to cut these guys down at range.
Get me up, would you?
Same with range. Okay, yeah, it's probably worth just killing this guy to eliminate a turn. Which then takes us back to these two. I don't want to waste her. Well, even though it's once a short rest, I still don't want to waste her extra action yet. I have nothing to do. I can probably leave that guy to oh, well, I can't reach anyone. Oh, I can get up here and attack this guy.
All right.
Well, I can get up there and attack him. I can't do anything useful by doing that. Alright, and he has also used all of his actions. So many of these abilities are so limited. Really? You can't just stomp on his head as a bonus action? Alright.
Outflank, outsmart.
Alright. Right, I could have her shove him off and then do something else. That's a risky one, but eh. Okay, yeah, that was worth the risk. Sweet. All right, you're gonna move down, keep anyone else from getting up. And there's plenty of people that are actually hurt. To which I will really benefit from using that. Bonus action, dance on his grave. He's not dead yet, technicalities. That would be kind of funny. Bonus. That actually wouldn't be bad.
My sickle and sword. Strike them down.
You were supposed to kill him. Alright, so Lae'zel has used her one arcane arrow I want to waste on this particular fight.
Nothing will stand in my way.
I have already learned that I am crap in melee with this build. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, I mean, the flame blade does do a ton of damage.
Let's get this over with.
Because I am suicidal, apparently. I am absolutely benefiting from the fact that I split my team up to be able to bombard them early on and got really lucky with the big burst area attack. Alright, who's left? You really can't reach him. Wow, this is going to be the dumbest sneak attack.
Let's have a little fun.
That was the last of them. Inside! All of you! More may follow! Open the gate!
Damn. What were the grubby little beasts after? This place doesn't look like much.
The taste of goblins to come, I fear. Must be a horde nearby.
If not over, then through.
I am 90% sure there are at least 2 extra goblins here, but I could be wrong.
Here.
It has been a while. Oh, the Harpy battle is going to be awful. On a hit with a weapon attack, possibly inflict sleight of hand right. Those go to Astorian. Because he desperately needs the help. I don't think I've ever read this. Javelins. Who is our thrower? Do we even have a thrower anymore? Probably Lazelle as the person with the best strength.
No one back home will ever believe this. What path lies before me?
You let them. There are children here, you fool! We was running for our lives. You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
There's one goblin, there's 10, I'm leaving before the horde shows up. One fight just ended, now I pick another druid. Those goblins didn't take any prisoners. Cough up my payment anytime now. I like to pick these whenever I can. Bard Persuasion. What's unbelievable is how we beat the goblins. You're both heroes. I definitely don't think this guy is a hero, but yeah. Nope, I'm gonna keep my detect thoughts, thank you. This is gonna be tonight's whole... Oh, I have an inspiration. Do we spend it here? Chat, do we spend our inspiration here, or do we just let this fail? That's right! We're gonna be using Giant for Karlach. Yes! Yes, yes, yes. She will be a fantastic thrower for us. We're also going to go get Karlach sooner rather than later. Yeah, we only have the one inspiration.
Tell that to the dead at the gate.
Shut it, Horns! I'd be lying dead next to the goblins if you'd stalled any longer.
That would have done
My
us all a
duty is
pretty
to this
big favor.
Oh, God forbid you risk your precious tail. But I shouldn't be surprised. Foul-bloods ain't known for courage.
You see the tiefling's jaw clench. He's about to erupt.
Swing at the tiefling, swing at the human. Persuasion, more violence will bring back those you lost. Stop and think. Tiefling, he's human. Malice comes as naturally as breathing. Just show him you're the better man. Very... Again, these are the ones I like, but also Persuasion. But also, this isn't a roll. Because the game has apparently decided, nope, this is going to be your life for the night. I think we're gonna pick the one that isn't a roll.
Forgive me, brother. I forgot myself. We have people to protect. Let us work towards that.
Worried about your precious hides? The both of you.
Enough! Squabbling is pointless. The goblins have found us.
At least we agree on that.
More goblin vermin could be on their way.
I'm more worried about this parasite than a few goblins. We need a healer. I want to have a word.
Forgive that display. Aradin's a blowhard, but that's no cause for me to join him. Thank you for your help out there. I'm Zevlor.
What is this place?
A druid's grove, dedicated to the Oak Father Sylvanus. You'll find its keepers just as thorny, I fear. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen their resolve.
Those goblins, has there been many attacks like that?
There have been several attacks by different monsters. The druids blame us outsiders for drawing them here. Nobody's welcome anymore. They've started a ritual to cut the grove off from the world outside. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave. We're no fighters.
You know no way to convince the druids to stop it?
I've tried. Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me. You, though? I know it's not your business, but she owes you for saving this place. Perhaps you could persuade her. For more time to prepare, if nothing else.
See what I can do.
Really? We're messengers now.
We'd owe you a great debt. If we're forced to leave now, we won't make it to the city. You'll find the druids at the heart of the grove. Please, make them see sense before more lives are lost.
Let's have a look.
Speaking of keeping lives from being lost. Also, while we're doing... Sorry, do you have a... No, I thought she had spell bubbles around her head. You still can't get in the range. What's the point of you being a swashbuckler? Right, you can bonus action dash. I should probably be using that.
Let's go.
You can tell how much I'm used to playing any rogue subclass that isn't just archery.
I am fury. I am death.
How can your to hit still be so bad? There's an obvious comment about what's the point of being a 5e swashbuckler, period, outside of a... how... I understand I have the -5. You are maxed out for your archery abilities. How can it be so bad? And you can only use this once. Not that that actually improves to hit. Fine. Alright, and at least you didn't end up needing to use that for the damage. But it's still ridiculous.
Very well.
You have good timing. Never been much of a fighter, so wrestling a bugbear would have gone poorly. But you're not here for heroics, are you? Avernus's stench is all over your skin. Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. Too bad. I earned it, fair and square.
The auto hit will burn more of the arrows. Because I don't want to be taking a ton of short rests and long rests, I'm being very, very careful with using all that. I don't want to burn... Certainly not for this fight. I did not want to burn one of the things, but yes, it does look like the auto hit may end up being my favorite arcane arrow until I can do something about Lae'zel's ability to hit things. It's another roll.
That bloody Irenes. Devils just can't stand to lose. Here. Now go back to the pit that made you.
We did level up again. Yay. Also... I'm just wondering... Lae'zel could probably benefit from... I didn't want to do any multi-classing until after everyone was level 11 and we were worrying about filling out the remaining class. Lae'zel, more than anyone else, would probably benefit from a multi-class dip right now in order to get that sneak attack archery hit from Rogue. So I'm debating if I want to do that in order to get her more effective or something.
Let's move. Can't slow down.
That might be worth a look.
Between being able to bonus action hide and hit with sneak attack and just like be the guided missile I got so used to Astarion being.
I need a quick word.
Out!
The squirrel lunges at your foot and bites it.
Oh, I want to do this, but I want the item. And if you kick her, you kill her.
You're trespassing. This is my territory.
Oh, that's a whole spell slot. A lot of booted... Yeah, a lot of people kick the skull.
Okay, calm down. We can make a deal. How about this? You can stay if you keep those ugly feet on the ground. I'll even sweeten the pot. Found some weird smelling stuff on the ground. You can keep it, but these trees are mine. Follow the rules and I won't have to intervene. Got it?
Convince Timber to let us walk on her territory. She left a small trinket to keep us away from the trees. The hyena eel for the ear, not eel, ear for the potion of speed. I'm not sure I want to know what a hyena eel is, or looks like, or just how deadly it is. Right, we should probably level up. I'm not going to multi-class Lae'zel for now, but I may talk to Withers at some point. Alright, level 3 spell slots unlocked. Font of Inspiration! Yes! This is one of the things I really needed. Alright, for level 3, Squirrel has bigger cojones than... It does. Stow Curse, Fear, Feign Death, Glyph of Warding, Hypnotic Pattern, Plant Growth, Speak with Dead, Psychic Cloud. Was Catnap not... What level's Catnap? Or was that not part of this? Catnap is a 3rd level spell, so I'm guessing that it was because I got the expanded spell mod, I had access to it, and since I'm not using that, since I'm mostly, just a few tweaks, mostly plain vanilla, I do not have Catnap, and that makes me sad. Because that is expend a 3rd level spell slot for another short rest. Actually not... Actually, Plant Growth could be good as a lockdown. I'm gonna have... Oh, wait, no, if I have... I was gonna have... Gale take Feign Death. And this is mostly... This spell is mostly just for me to be able to steal stuff. That could be good, though. I don't want concentration things if I can help it. Which means we're kind of on the Plant Growth and Feign Death. Or maybe Glyph of Warding. That's concentrate. Yeah, that's concentration. Yeah, because what you do is you give the merchant all of your money, so they like you. Then use Feign Death to put them to sleep. Then you have 10 turns in turn-based mode to just steal everything. You know what? I think I'm going to take Feign Death. I'm going to be the one to take Feign Death. What is this? Searing Smite, yay. What is that? That doesn't explain anything! What does that do? Well, that's gonna be interesting. Actually, what could I trade out? That's concentration, so I could trade that out for Plant Growth. Then I get... And then I'll take, like, Glyph of Warding or whatever for the final 3rd level spot. Okay, I have... Dual Wielder, Spell Sniper, and Sharpshooter. Since I do use Finesse Weapons, I could take that to increase my AC a little bit. ability improvement for my dex to just generally improve my hit ability. Dream and Shadow. Lucky is lucky, and we're seeing how this is going. I think Lucky's going to be our answer here in a second. Oh, that could have been better. What's that? Well, no, I kind of like the crit hit. Yeah, we're gonna go lucky on me because I am not rolling well at all. Extra attack, yay. No real reason to replace the one spell you have. Cause, oh, it's the arrows. Well, no, I like the arrows I have. The only one you have right now is Sharpshooter, so I don't think there's anything else that will benefit you for range, because that's just crossbows, right? So, at the moment, I don't think I have anything else except maybe Lucky to help with the arrows. Wait, what'll this do? 2 maneuvers and gain a superiority die to fuel them. You gain expanded superiority die after a short or long rest. I mean, these could certainly benefit. Assuming I can use these with the arrows, so Marshall could work. Mobile, obviously, for moving around. We could also start the polearm dive. I am finding nothing on the ability on Tiefling or Bard abilities, nor is it a 5e standard effect. In that case, okay. We're going to experiment later and find out what it is. But yeah, we may throw in, just start her down the polearm, unless there's a good martial option. If I could gain expertise instead of just proficiency, it would be great. Yeah, we're just going to do Polearm Master to get us started on this. Because she's going to be switching to polearms real quick. Alright, and we did change her to Death Domain. Why? I don't understand why it changes up everything that I have prepared here. Alright. You can also take Feign Death. Wish I had known that. Or remembered that or whatever. No, we don't need Daylight. Spirit Guardians is incredible. I will still be the Feign Death person for now. Aid. Weapon. Sanctuary. Oh wait, no. There's lesser restoration. I need lesser restoration for something. Let's trade out the water for lesser restoration. We're gonna need that. Okay, you currently just have lucky. You could do it with Warcaster. Concentration, yeah, we're gonna do Warcaster. That's an easy, obvious one. Alright, what do you have? Uncanny Dodge. And you have Dual Wielder. Defensive Duelist is the obvious one. To further improve AC when you are suddenly a frontliner. Subclass feature. I'm gonna assume you're gaining more use as a blade song. 2 spells. Haste and Animate Dead are kind of the obvious ones, especially since I'm using Feign Death now. Yeah, let's go with that. You need that to sustain on you and that to sustain the party. I thought about False Life, but have not made any use of it. You do not need to keep that up once you've summoned. Okay, Defensive Duelist. I mean, you would also benefit from Warcaster for the advantage on concentration when not using the Blade Song. Mobile. Actually, the ability to hit and run away is really important on you, so we're going to give you Mobile. There's no point in giving you Dual Wielder. No, I am going to need to get my hands on a ton of gold in order to... Well, we're going to see. Is the gold that I have enough?
Just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back right now.
Well, let's talk to these guys first. Let's get this done.
Hells, we can't just leave. They're kin.
I'll not gamble our lives, our futures, on people who are as good as dead. We must leave for Baldur's Gate at once.
Can we all just take a moment, please?
What's the point in blades and spells if we don't bloody use them? We should stay. These people aren't fighters. We can help.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
I've forgotten.
This isn't El Terrell, and I'm not responsible for every damn tiefling in the world.
Just be responsible for yourself then. We have to stay. It's the right thing to do.
Zerg. Fine. We'll stay. If we survive, it'll make for a good story, I suppose.
Thank you, Roland.
Alright, just taking care of that. Alright.
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
Refugees, adventurers, no one in years, and suddenly we're overwhelmed. Well met. And thank you for beating back those goblins. Most brave of you. Is there anything you need? Act fast if you do. The ritual will be complete before too long.
Really locking down the grave?
I know it's drastic, but
Grave?
more monsters seem
Grove.
to terrorize this region every day.
What about the people here?
We druids will be safe. As for those that took refuge here, well, may Sylvanas guard them as they continue their travels.
Casting out the tieflings, original.
I don't want this to happen either. But Korga makes the decisions. I can do nothing but pray to Sylvanas in the hopes that he'll protect them.
Prayers won't save them, but your voice might sway Kaga.
You don't know Korga. She won't listen. I'm truly sorry.
Right. Had already saved, but let's see where we are.
Need anything else? Just some bits and bobs I no longer need?
So... Oh, it won't show me preemptively how far this will go. I'm gonna save again real quick.
Sylvanas, guide your path. Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
So, is this going to improve this enough? It does not.
Sylvanas be with you.
Need more money. Now, I got a ton of stuff to sell to get money. But it's gonna be a lot in order to get that together.
Breathe deep and move.
Run back and forth, sell, 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 build up the cash.
I have something to ask.
Go on. Give me a best shot. Not bad. Again.
I can't do it. I'm not like you.
Umi, I don't need you to be like me. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. You can do this.
Good advice, child. You do well to listen.
You're on the right path, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned. Well met. The blade of frontiers at your...
The man's smile bends downward, and his thoughts become yours. You are the blade of frontiers racing through the wastes of Avernus. Just ahead, a diabolical figure, red skin, single curled horn, blazes with flame, bloodied great axe held high.
Hell's great fires. You were on the ship.
Another Scafie. Thanks. Thank the gods. I need all the friends I can get.
Better friends than the ones hitching a ride in our skulls, at least. I'm sure you know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. They say there's no coming back. But we haven't sprouted any tentacles. Not yet, anyway. Could just be good luck. I'm not so...
Your minds collide once more. Will chases the fiend ignited with rancor. She is an infernal war devil. A threat to the living. Evil incarnate.
Shit! You saw her. Advocatus Diaboli.
Say failed his... Of course. Cavorting with devils, I see. You should consider better company. How come I'm not getting any chances to read people's minds? What is the point of me having that spell?
A fiend makes for poor company. Unless it's been stuffed and mounted on your wall. Her name is Karlak, an archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill. I tracked her through the hells to the Mind Flayer ship, but the damned Illithids infected me before I could end her. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses.
I'm looking for curious affection. I suggest you partner up.
A worthy ally, perhaps. But I'll waste no time chasing devils while a tadpole feasts on our skulls.
I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a god's damned army. I'd be a fool to let you turn your back. Pledge me your talents, and I'll pledge you mine. I'll presume that's Githyanki for yes. Now let's move.
We have not seen Karlach yet, though we will
Blade
definitely
of
see her.
Frontiers in the flesh. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Hero, Blade. Name strangers gave me. My friends call me Will.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you.
As a half-fiend, you, a tiefling, really ought to feel a little put out. You'll know I did not commit to fighting Karlach at all. Oh, wait a minute.
Again. No questions?
No, you do have Longstrider.
A long way from Waterdeep.
And again. Swing and swing and... Any questions, children?
Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. We're gonna fall back. I want to try something right now. I have no idea if this is gonna work, because this is part of his storyline.
Where am I needed? Best foot forward.
I don't know what's gonna happen. I've never actually tried this. Not with Will.
Ah, another. Thy name has been recorded. I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast need of my services.
Hello, welcome. Help me change my class?
As thou desire.
Oh, that's her laughing. I am not de-warlocking him, but I do want to make him a Hexblade. But did anyone else hear that laughing? Alright, Booming Blade and Eldritch Blast. Yeah, I didn't even know if it would let me change his class, because that's kind of important to his story. But I did, like I said, I wanted to use all the new classes, so Hexblade. Hex. Armor of Agathis. All right, now since we can rearrange this. Oh, but wait a minute. As a Hexblade, he doesn't need to worry about that. Huh. As a Hexblade, dexterity only goes into his armor class, not his attack, because he still attacks with charisma. And then Constitution is Constitution. It helps with concentration, it helps with hit points. Interesting. And we can obviously get him up to his 20 for charisma pretty easily. Huh. It is probably worth it to bump up Constitute. Well, no, it definitely is worth it to bump up Con some more. And then... Look, you can't complain. You made a deal with the devil. Just to give him a little bit more on his initiative and AC, even if he won't really benefit on the attack side. But yeah, he made a deal with the devil. You could argue intelligence or wisdom should be under 10. But yeah, that's as good as it's gonna get, because you can't get to that without one of the pluses. These only go up to 15 otherwise. So if we do that, that's charisma and constitution as high as it's going to get. These are just kind of balanced dexterity for AC. Since he can take medium armor, having dex capped at +2 actually isn't such a bad idea. Now, we could take medium armor master so he can take it up to +3. Now we level him up. Okay, so... these are kind of... oh, I have ignored Expeditious Retreat for over a year, and I'm just now realizing that it's... you gain dash immediately on the one turn, you keep Expeditious Retreat forever. Or at least as long as your concentration lasts. I have, not paid... because I generally don't use this in the game, I have not paid any attention to this. I mean, in the tabletop. So, I'm terrible. Alright, Agonizing Blast will benefit his, well, Eldritch Blast. As well, Repelling Blast. Now, he will not get any benefits from any of this. He doesn't have any Hexblade benefits here, really. Because Armor of Shadows, he's going to be wearing proper armor. Really, Devil's Sight is probably the best one, so I could start doing darkness shenanigans. Thank you for the lemon, Rippy. And then, like I said, our first goal is to get his charisma maxed. Now, he will get his first second level spell. Now, I have a free darkness as my enhanced tiefling. Though, I guess having someone else that can also use darkness probably wouldn't hurt. Either that. It's really either that or Cloud of Daggers. I think we're going to do Cloud of Daggers for the moment. Unfortunately, back to concentration shenanigans. Now, I played a little bit with this when it first came out, and I don't like it. With the Pact Boon, if you take Pact of the Blade, you have to take Pact of the Blade because that is how you get your extra attack. You do not get the normal Hexblade extra attack. But with Pact of the Blade, you're either summoning a weapon or binding one, but you can bind with Hexblade, but you can only do one. So it feels... I'm not a fan of how they've handled that. We're going to take Pact of the Blade because it's basically half of Hexblade in the Baldur's Gate 3. But I really, really wish that they hadn't tied your extra attack to Pact of the Blade and had left it with Hexblade. I understand that before they put in Hexblade, they had to do that. But yeah, I don't like how it's ended up. Yeah, you still have to take Pact of the Blade because you need your extra attack. I mean, I can't believe I'm thinking. I really haven't used it, but True Strike is probably not as terrible. It's still pretty bad in this setting. And then we have... I mean, now we could take Darkness. It's either Darkness or Mirror Image. I think I'll benefit more from Darkness. Now, we've already got him up to 20 on Charisma. There isn't really a point to boosting anything except maybe Dex. Because like I said, if we go over here and do Medium Armor Master, you don't get disadvantage on stealth checks, and the bonus to armor class you gain from Dexterity modifier is +3 instead of +2. But we are probably better off early on doing things like Dual Wielder and Defensive Duelist, because we get to go back to benefiting from stuff like offhand attacks, extra ACs, that kind of stuff. So I think we're going to do that because he is going to be a finesse attacker. Well, he's going to be using a finesse weapon. Oh, wait a minute. But he doesn't have to use a finesse weapon. So we're not all fighting over the finesse weapons. We could give him longswords for once. So there's just 3 of us that are all fighting over the rapiers. So I'm not going to give him Defensive Duelist. We're going to give him Dual Wielder so he can dual wield longswords. Which will still give him +1 to AC. Because 4 people fighting over the fighting over rapiers is not going to go great. So yeah, so he gets Deepened Pack, which is where you get your extra attack. But it's because of Pact of the Blade, not because you're a Hexblade. He gets a 3rd level spell. Hunger of Hadar is the obvious one. Eldritch Invocations. The last subclass was very focused on light weapons. Yeah. As a bard, finesse weapons. And then Swashbuckler and Bladesinger are both... I mean, I could have made... No, he didn't have a longsword option. He had rapiers, scimitars, daggers, and short swords. So Gale didn't have a scimitar, didn't have a longsword option for Blade Singer. So never mind. Rapier was the highest damage one. He had to take that. Mire of the Mine, Side of Hill open. All right. Let's see. How does One with Shadows work again in this game? Right, it's the old One with Shadows, where you just stand still and be invisible. I mean... I could replace Armor of Agathis for Fiendish Vigor. That would be pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to replace Armor of Agathis. Oh, wait a minute. Blink. Blink's amazing. What am I thinking? Yeah, obviously. Yeah, Armor of Agathis for Blink and then just take the Fiendish Vigor. Yes, that's actually a great combination. We're almost done. Quiet up to, we're almost done. Okay, so with that, he is going to be swapping out of light weapon, finesse weapons, because it doesn't matter that his strength is 8. Mobile and Lucky are obvious ones. Warcaster is also an obvious one. Advantage on concentration and Shocking Grasp as a... It's either Warcaster or Savage Attacker, I think. At least, yeah, I'm gonna stick with Warcaster. So, now we gotta do something.
Don't touch me. Watch the shadows. Just like old times. The softest touch.
He's gonna get a 1. Watch. Uh-huh.
Just like old times.
Looking ahead.
So, right, that eliminated his long strider. I forgot about that. True. I mean, it is awful trying to get him to steal anything.
I wish to live in more interesting times.
I will... It's probably a good thing that we don't have the gold right now to get him up to positive so I can feign death. Because I want to show off the trick. But that really will be the rest of the stream if we do it. Because my gosh, is it absolutely awful trying to get those rolls. Oh my gosh. I have to save scum so much. So who do we want to talk to next? I don't want to be doing a lot of the merchant stuff right now because that will continue to be a whole thing. Actually, we could just we could turn around and go get Karlach. Let's turn around and go get Karlach. And then do the Emerald Grove after we have her.
was a time I tussled with hill giants without breaking a sweat. Now, a mere werebear could swat me halfway to arm.
Oh yeah,
Strange things are happening to us. What festers in our minds may well impel our bodies.
could also go up here.
I bet that'll fit in my pack.
What was that? Did I see something on the mini-map change? Amulet. Amulet, I have no need to speak with... I already have the speak with dead amulet, I think. Yeah. This is the guidance amulet for Astarion, so he can try to do slightly better. There are red things up here. Oh boy.
Catch my breath.
Welcome to one of the new fights, I guess. Right, I am up to 2 beams for this now, thankfully. And instead of hitting the big one, I think the best thing I can probably do is try to eliminate as many of these little ones as possible. Or I could roll 2 ones. I could also roll 2 ones. That's... I rolled 2 ones.
Let's have some fun.
Alright, you... Unless you do the dash again... I don't... I mean, we're getting a pretty good record here on stream, aren't we? It's Will Wheaton, not Matt Mercer. Matt Mercer is a dice god. Will Wheaton is the one with terrible dice rolls. And for the record... These are me save-scumming stealing the gold from Withers when I was respecking the party. All right. All right, you're gonna have to do the dash.
Step quick.
How do I not have advantage when I'm in range? What are the freaking rolls for this? Alright, we want to get the melee people up first, I guess. Saying that and then grabbing Gale is wild. Oh, you can actually get in the melee range. Sweet.
My turn.
No, I wanted to grab that, thank you. But it... Rakish attack specifically says that if you are within, like, 5 feet or whatever of a target, you can have advantage for the attack. You don't need to be in shadows or hidden. That is the whole point of Swashbuckler.
Victory awaits. This is my time.
Right, but...
2 steps at a time.
Oh, wait, Aha! No, I'm not testing the Dream and Shadow thing. Though that would be a good thing to test. That is a good idea. I completely forgot to... Okay. Use Hex. Charm my weapon. Oh my gosh. I'm just being... All the bad decisions. Alright, that just leaves Lae'zel and Shadowheart. Alright, for Doom the bell tolls. I think we've done a pretty good job of cutting down
Time to strike.
the enemy turn. So that leaves us with that one, and that one. Ooh. For once that... Hold on. No, of course. Why would it? Alright, do we just do advantage for her to try to hit? No, we're not. I am instead going to just do normal attacks to try to whittle these guys down as much as I can. Aha!
Still breathing, despite everything.
Hey, if you are no... Deal extra damage to a foe you have advantage against. You can also use this attack without advantage if there are no other combatants within 7 feet. Right, so you gotta get them isolated. Okay. Or an ally. Okay, isolated or you're the one with allies. Alright, fine.
Feel their anguish.
Can we finally... It's a pack tactics with a bit of a buff and a second definite buff. Yeah. So, I have a sneaking suspicion, based on how other things work, that whoever I'm controlling will be the one talking to Raphael, assuming Raphael pops now. So, I want to whittle this guy down...
Talk to me.
Without actually... Okay. I want to be the one to strike the final blow. Right, I keep forgetting. I don't get Booming Blade for some unknown reason.
That might be worth a look.
Oh, no, Raphael. Huh.
Never wanted the easy path.
Right. I probably didn't do enough in the grove to pop him here.
What's hiding here?
Okay, what have and haven't we looted yet?
Something good here, I hope.
There we go, that's what we want. Silver pendant for guidance. That is going to Astarion.
Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The Harpers were busy.
Huh. I suppose it makes sense that a lot of these extra enemies do not come with extra loot. It's just for the XP. All right.
At the back of the crevice lies a bag enfolded in the chitinous squabbling of spiders. A shiny gold coin pokes from its mouth.
I'm always of a mixed opinion. On one hand, I really don't like spiders, but I do feel a little bad here when, oh, you'll see. A 6.
The creatures clutch the pouch possessively. You have no doubt. A spider egg is nestled within.
So, Bard, soothe them.
Your voice draws their attention. They are suspicious, then curious, and finally, at peace. One by one, the spiders retreat to the rear of the crevice, lulled by your murmurs. You stash the bag. Something clinks among the coins.
Oh, right. It doesn't tell you if you're a bard, but if you do the normal one, then the spiders are distressed. Because, quote, the precious thing is gone, which is this. Which is very heavily the primary goal of what we're doing there. Because this summons phase spiders to fight on your side. A little bit of gold is nice, but the extra allies in a big fight is very, very nice. And even though I can fly, I have to do it this way, because if I try to fly someplace, everyone else gets confused, and it becomes a whole mess trying to reunite the party. And I probably could have just teleported down. Darn it.
More for me. These tracks. Goblins?
Playing a completely different game, and I'm still doing nothing but foraging.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
You're a true soul. You can't die. Please, stay with us.
I don't think he's conscious. Can you hear us, Ed?
You, not a step closer.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Medicine. Let's see how bad our roll is this time. Sure, now I get an 18.
He's hurt badly. An owlbear got him deep. If there's anything you can do...
I'm watching you.
The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar squirming churns in your head. Your minds intertwine. You see his siblings, Andric and Brenna, new recruits, yours to shepherd.
Protect them.
You should search that corpse.
I don't think that was the correct voice line.
Edwin! Ed! Please!
He's with the Absolute now. You're a true soul. Edwin, our brother, he was chosen. Like you. Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
Okay, so... explain the Absolute to me.
What? Are you testing us? The Absolute is our goddess. She's going to rip down the old world order, start a new one. Then we'll be the ones with the power. Well, you will firstly, True Soul. You don't need me to explain that.
A true soul, like you, has been chosen by the Absolute. You speak with her voice, and when the time comes, the true souls, you will rule.
Oh, I like these two. All zeal and no brains.
He looks especially psychotic with the blood on his face there. Crude summary of moral and of our faith.
I'm sorry, true soul. I only repeated what I thought I knew. It seems the Absolute still has a great deal to teach me.
Alright, here. The wilderness is dangerous.
We know that all too well, sir, but the Absolute sent us here.
We're looking for fugitives, survivors from that ship that crashed farther west of here.
These fugitives. Tell me more.
We don't know what they look like, but Anyone who survived that crash is bound to be injured. That's enough to get us started. The Absolute wants them found. At any cost.
I'm just gonna fight him. I'm a survivor of that crash. Looks like you found me.
You? Brenna, kill him!
Alright, since apparently you benefit so much more from having friends near you.
No holding back.
I completely forgot to act. Oh my gosh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid!
I found my mark.
I still haven't equipped this sword. Darn it!
This feels good. Excellent.
Swift and lethal. Make way.
What? All in should not be this bad. At least now you have multi-attack.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Strange power resonates within the corpse. It calls to you. Your limbs move of their own accord. There's something of value, something your mind craves. Why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you, strengthen you.
Very gross.
They don't abandon their hosts as soon as they need to. Vile parasites.
Come. We'll not find purification here.
Blade at the ready.
Alright, well, let's actually do this. Okay, get you correctly set up.
There's How would you punish someone who wronged you?
Wrong me how?
I appreciate the net crack. It was like, oh, I didn't need it.
Killing is good. It culls the weak. But theft would be paid for painfully, 1,000 times over.
Ooh.
Good to know.
Let's do Pact of the Blade Greatsword for now.
Never a dull moment.
Yes, until we can find him a good weapon to use. How
much farther can I go?
Oh, wait a minute. I think I already have... Oh. Yes, I believe that this game does actually use properly modeled Zweihanders. Because look at the absolute size of this thing. The blade may be a little bit on the thick side this ways, but you can see this sword is as tall as he is, roughly. So it is, generally speaking, a proper Zweihander.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Wish I had a bag of holding.
Given how tough the fights have been already, and only with all this tactics have I actually had a chance with some stuff, I kind of want to go get Karlach quick before we fight the owlbear. We could say hi to Scratch, too, while we're here.
At the ready.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
Yeah, I can worry about all the exploring later. No. Alright, good boy time.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Keep moving, stranger. Quietly.
Oh, there's a wing glitch. What happened here?
I told you to go.
Persuasion. I am not an enemy, I promise. It's gonna be a 1. It's gonna be just barely, for pity's sake.
There's death in your scent, but not in your words. Still, you should go. My friend is injured. He needs rest.
I don't think he's going to wake up.
Of course he will. And then we'll return home.
I always feel bad for Scratch here. What's your name?
He calls me Scratch. You can do the same.
What happened to your friend, exactly?
We were attacked. With cackling, furry things on 2 legs. And their smell, it was strange, rotten, evil.
You know the creatures he describes. Gnolls.
Come on, you can travel with me if you like.
No, I won't leave him.
Oh, thank you for the lemon blue kitty. Sorry for missing that. If he doesn't wake up, follow my scent. I have a camp.
If it comes to that, I may. Thank you.
Whoever they got to voice Scratch did an amazing job of portraying that dog innocence, that loyalty. Just sounds like what you'd think a friendly dog would sound like. Do we do this again? Because even though I have wings, the AI is too dumb to be able to follow me otherwise. Oh wait, no, I need the Murgrass. Give me the Murgrass. Game, we know you can't roll, just give the no. No, it was a roll, and I actually won it for once.
Nasty fellow, if the histories are accurate.
Yeah, see? See?
Someone there?
Sharp as ever. At least things have stayed interesting.
It didn't tell me what the roll was, just that I passed the nature check.
Maybe I need more pockets. Anything of use?
I don't think I need to do this, but I'm going to.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Who are you?
Vance. Toll collector.
This spell was much more amusing in the in the Honor Among Thieves movie. How did you die?
Jumped. To escape. Broken.
Do you have any valuables?
Gold. Basement. Locked.
Where is the toll house key?
I fell. Dropped key.
Where were you heading?
Anywhere. Away. Safety.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Yeah, he only has those answers anyways. There are no other options there, unlike some of the others. I like how you could just hold Alt and find the key. Yeah, that is probably much more like how it's supposed to be. But man, the Honor Among Thieves version of it was really, really funny. Hi, Karlak. Welcome to the rest of the stream.
One horn. The stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's damned. The Blade of Frontiers. Thought I'd shaken you for good. That'll teach me to underestimate you.
I'm just gonna say it, don't mind this angle. You're the devil we've been hunting. Karlak, right?
Bloody right. An honor to be chased by the Blade of Frontiers, but I...
A great heat roars through you. Her heat, fiery as the hells. Then you're lost in visions of demonic armies as you tear through a landscape of fire and blood. The blood war.
Like I'm the one getting the visions and Shadowheart was in the background just having her own little private breakdown.
What was that?
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil. A gladiator in the archdevil Zariel's army.
I can explain, but it's a whole situation. If you just hear me out...
Another vision. Karlak's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape. Her rage and desperation seep into you. She is a victim of the blood war, not an agent of it.
She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
You saw the truth. I never wanted to serve Zariel. I was enlisted in her army against my will. Forced to fight, and fight I did. When I saw an opportunity to get away, I took it. Finally home. Or near it, anyway.
You served her. That's enough to damn you.
Quick reminder, Will is a warlock and started as a fiend warlock. Be practical. She's infected, same as us, and powerful, too. We can use her as an ally.
Will catches his breath and his lips straighten. Sheer dread twists his face.
You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust a devil.
You were just defending a whole little troop of tieflings. I am a tiefling. Hi. Nice to meet you. Will is a warlock, and his demon is even worse than hers, by far. God, you're stubborn. Karlach's not a devil and you know it. Everyone
Listen to sense
approves,
now.
including Will.
I don't want this to end badly for either of us. You know monsters, right? Better than anyone. Look into my eyes. Can't you see I'm not what you think?
Shit. You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Oh, thank the gods. Thought I was gonna have to take your head.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough threats today.
Truce then, eh?
Aye. Truce.
I'm Karlach, but you already knew that. And you are...
Also, I like how this is partially rendered. He's still got the freaking rapier. He should be holding the greatsword. Ticket to curing a tadpole, eventually.
Really now? First I catch a ride out of Avernus, then I stumble into a friend. Who's the goddess of luck again? I owe her a flower. Now that we're old pals, how would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards? Little background if your moral compass needs something to point at. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good. Really good. It turns out I've got a knack for killing demons. That made me a valuable asset. Zariel, the archdevil herself, made me as her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there. But devils don't like to lose their assets. Zariel liked it so little. She sent a bunch of goons, so-called paladins of Tyr, to take me back. Problem is, I'm not going.
At the very end, my eye. So, you want me to kill the people hunting you? Everyone looks at Will.
Don't worry, I'll lead the charge. But I could use your help. There's a lot of them and only one of me. After that, we can team up. Take Faerun by the short hairs. Sound good?
I like her. She looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me to safety. Should the need arise.
Lazells. Really? No? Meanwhile, I'm sitting here going, no, I saw her first. Jedhart and I could fight over Karlach. I love that look of disgust.
Fuck yes! They cornered me outside the toll house just up the hill. Doubt they've gone far after the scorching I gave them. Whew. I'm getting all het up. Let's make tracks.
Aren't you, game?
Sure. In silence.
You've been witness to a pantomime, I'm sorry to say. And I've played my part all too poorly.
Someone set you on Karlach's tail. I'd like to know who.
I can say only this. Karlach's not the only one who's had a villain's knife held to their throats.
What manner of hero is so shrouded in secrets?
I have never called myself hero, but I am bound to an oath. One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll pay my penance.
Penance, should I be worried?
You're not in any danger, I promise. I can't say the same about me.
Yeah, see, now he had the greatsword. Alright, welcome to the rest of the stream. We are leveling Karlach. Who? Right, we should... She's actually really close. But we probably should give her a Withers treatment just for min-maxing. And yes, who is also the sexiest person here. Before we go, there is to the camp though, there is a teleport we're going to do quick. I'm not fighting with that. We're going to teleport and go back over here, but we can fight the owlbear next time because we are rapidly running out of time.
Those paladins I need to stop are that away. Hey, we're still going after those paladins, right? Can't leave Zariel's bruisers roaming the coast.
It's not doing the camera angle. It's done every time, and I'm sad. We'll go after them.
Good news. Can't wait to see them finished.
Every other time, we have either been on even ground or I've been the lower one, and the angle's been great.
Don't be shy.
Alright, just to min-max her stats.
Ah, another. Thy name has been recorded. I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast need of my services.
Alright.
As thou desire.
No, we're sticking with Barbarian. She's gonna be giant, of course. Alright. I mean, that seems pretty... That sets us up a little bit better between these two, because we're going to be blasting up there. A little bit better on the decks. It's a very minor thing, but again, I can steal the gold back, so... Now, giant barbarian it is. Alright, first... Yeah, she's gonna be our thrower. No, we do not want Berserk. Oh, hey, she... Okay, so we are getting... No, she does. Well, she gains an ability to get taller. When she rages, she gets bigger. Since she'll be our thrower, Tavern Brawler is a good one to give. Oh, right. Duh. I mean, alright, well, Constitution, I guess, is a reasonable one. Alright. So, yeah, she will be our thrower, and as a giant barbarian, she will be our heaviest heavy hitter. I mean, Savage Attacker for better damage dice reliability is great. Great Weapon Master. Though, we haven't been doing great with these Weapon Master abilities. The -5 to attack for an extra 10 damage. That's been pretty miserable. I think Savage Attacker will probably be where we go to start. Just continue to max out that hit. Alright, Astarion, get over here.
Step quick.
On tippy toes. What can we rescue?
Nothing to the heck yeah better than beating a god by throwing a sausage in a wheel of cheese. He got a 7. It was only a 7! Which, yeah, having him actually equip that will probably help, but still.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Right, before I forget, Lazel.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
You equip the spear. Send that to Karlach.
Let's kick in.
Karlach gets the big sword, please. The big sword.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
Forgot about some of these
Time
comments.
to press ahead.
I have a lot on my mind and in it.
Ready and willing.
Alright, let you... Why are you in the bush?
Can't give up now. With haste.
And I guess... It's strange, I keep charging these people for my services, and I seem to stay permanently broke. I would care more if I were undead and a servant of fate. So here's what I think is probably going to happen. I think that's probably going to be it for tonight. To explain the merchant thing, which, I mean, it's an old done strategy. You give them enough gold to make them an ally so they're in the green. You hit them with... You go into turn-based mode, hit them with feign death. You have 10 turns to have Astarion or whoever your rogue is pickpocket the merchant, so long as there is no one else watching. You just over and over and over again for 10 turns, and on the last turn, grab what you can and run. I will be doing a lot of save scumming this week in order to try to do that. I will try to have all my stuff sold off, everyone re-equipped properly, do all the micromanaging merchant stuff off screen, so we're not... I mean, it's bad enough just watching me decide what we're doing for levels. I'm not making you watch me do the merchant thing unless I have to. Then we're going to go fight the owlbear in order to get a little bit more XP and to get Lae'zel what I think will probably be her forever weapon for a little bit. Oh, explain why you run with the merchant. Because when they wake up, they will notice all their stuff is missing and become hostile. So you steal the stuff and then you run away so that they don't catch you when they're on their hunt. Thankfully, the druid guy kind of forgets very, very quickly. I think they're kind of expecting him to be like your baby's first theft spree type character. So it's very easy for you to load up on him. Not for the rest of the time, it's only for a set time period, and on the druid merchant, it's very short. Like I said, I think he's baby's first robbery. Intentionally isolated away from people who will notice you stealing from him, while he himself keeps his back turned at all times. Here, let's have a quick look at this while we're here, since I'm going to be over here anyways. But yeah, I'm going to go through, I'm going to take care of that, I'm going to do all the merchant things to get equipment together. We will fight the owlbear, then come back to the grove, and do the grove things, including fighting the harpies. Which, baby's first robbery, that is terrible, it is. But it's true.
I have a mind to end their misery myself.
Harsh. Remind me to stay on your good side.
But yeah, that, oh man, the harpies are gonna be a nightmare, aren't they? But yeah, when you look, see, this is his view cone for the default. This is his view cone for the default. This is the nearest person's view cone. And he just spends this whole time staring here And this is like as bad as it gets right over here, see? He never actually gets in range to see you stealing from this guy. And then there's just nothing over here. So you just steal from him, you run down here, or teleport back to camp, or whatever. I mean, you can just hide out here while he's looking for you. Hide out here, sell everything you stole from him that you don't want to the blacksmith, and then come up around here. But, just as a quick comparison, the two other merchants here are the blacksmith and Auntie Ethel. Right? Everyone can see you around here. There's like this tiny little wedge here, but it is... People move around, people see stuff. It's real easy to get caught stealing from him. It's nigh impossible to steal from Auntie Ethel unless you really set up for it. So it really does feel like the the druid merchant up here is baby's first robbery. Intentionally. Anyways. But yeah, we're gonna fight the owlbear, come back, fight the harpies, do the druid thing. One thing I do want to reiterate that I was thinking about is, and that sort of... I mentioned this the first time I played this game on stream. Almost everyone actually has terrible character backstories for level 1 characters. A level 1 barbarian who fought in the Blood Wars and as a chief attack dog. Gale, spoiler, will a hero already at level 1. Okay, yeah, most of these backgrounds are pretty spoilery if you actually want to start picking at them. Boy, but the point stands that like everyone has pretty terrible backgrounds for level 1 characters. It's very, very Gale, okay, yeah, okay. I guess with the level drain, you can sort of forgive Gales. Tav is a complete unknown. Dark Urge, who we're not playing as with this, is another one, I guess with amnesia kind of, but still very, huh? Yeah, there's some serious questions with some of these backgrounds. Yeah, I'm prepared to give Gale some forgiveness there. But yeah, this should be like a level 6. I'd say between 6 and 8. Leaning on 8 with what some of these people say they do. Or did. So, just that little point for anyone doing tabletop. If you're starting at level 1, maybe don't give people these backgrounds. But that's a fairly minor nitpick, given this is given the narrative that we're playing around here, and the fact that it does need to be accessible to people who are not D&D nerds. It does make more sense that they gave them these kinds of backgrounds. Anyways, whine, complain, having fun. Yeah, I just wanted to explain some of my tactics that we're not gonna see. I think Lae'zel's only going to get to use this spear for one battle, because the reason I want to do the owlbear first thing next time is to get a better spear. A much better spear. And you'll have to find out what it is next time if you do not know what I'm talking about. In the meantime, I thank y'all for hanging out. I hope you've all had fun. Please enjoy your weekend and stay safe. And I will see you next time. Have a good one, all. Yes, very much on the vampire thing. If you've lived for centuries and are poor, you should just walk into the sun.